tough break for our defending champion. Again, Alicia Curran winning here last year, the first standard event of the new PWBA Tour. Things kicked off last May with the USBC Queens, the return of the PWBA for the first time since 2003. The Storm Sacramento Open marking the first standard event. Alicia taking home the $12,000 first prize, getting some good momentum for the remainder of the season, but looking to repeat that success and perhaps find additional success along the way, which she was not able to do as much after the win. Put a little too much pressure on herself, she said. Spent the rest of the year trying to live up to that performance and equal it, and ended up struggling a little bit, but has regrouped mentally and physical game looking good, so feeling confident about this season and already a couple of cashes under her belt. Standings for you after each game as quickly as they can get them. That'll be at PWBA.com, or you can follow the action at PWBA.com/live. Everything in one nice location for you. Once again, this is Matt Canizaro alongside Jason Thomas this week here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes, and looking forward to an exciting weekend here with a full field of 80 competitors. Some of the most familiar names in women's bowling all in one place. Pretty cool experience to be here. If you're nearby, definitely come out and see us in person. There's nothing like it. After the strike to start, Current with back-to-back opens. Title defense starting slowly, but a long way to go. 12 games of qualifying, 6 games in 2 blocks. Then we'll cut down from 80 to the top 32 for the Cashers round, which will take place tomorrow bright and early, 8:30 local time, 11:30 on the East Coast.
Time and it was like your third step you kind of went like that, like you were weak. Get at your shoe or something. Don't try.
On our other pair, Pluhowski, the left-hander, earning the top seed at the PWBA Las Vegas Open, missed last week
Many girls down here by you.
in Rohnert Park, California. She was at home working hard at a big youth tournament that they run in Ohio each year, and
Like up there, we have
very dedicated to a future for the sport, so very commendable. But certainly missed seeing her out here, trying to make a run at 2 shows in a row. All TV shows will take place May 26th in Las Vegas alongside the USBC Queens. So while the Queens show will be live that day, the other 3 shows, PWBA Las Vegas Open, the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open, and here at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open, all the finalists, all 4 finalists from those events will be in Las Vegas for tape delayed shows that will air in June, starting June 7th. So we'll see those in order, the 7th, the 14th, and the 21st. There'll be a long summer of ladies bowling on CBS Sports Network. So pretty exciting there. Throw in some youth bowling, collegiate events. Pretty awesome to see the support there and to see bowling on TV every week. Just an apology, totally off on Walton. It's Janelle Walton. Going here in our featured pair, lanes 11 and 12. We got the defending champ, Current. Megan McKinley, Janelle Walton. Blair Blumenscheid and Amy Gamage. Reaching the halfway point of game number 1. Long day today. 6-game block. Quick break for lunch for the ladies, and then 6 more games. And already been here a few hours with their practice session this morning. The official practice. Many in town yesterday for 2 hours of practice on this tournament pattern yesterday afternoon. And if you're curious what the lane condition this week looks like, do visit the event page on PWBA.com or PWBA.com/live. And take a look at this 45-foot lane condition. Last week we saw 37 feet, this week 45, so you will absolutely see the players in a different part of the lane. Last week they migrated out towards the outside edge along the gutter. This week, in theory, they would be much farther inside, but we will see. One pair to our left. 2011 Queens champion Missy Parkin playing them a little bit straighter from the right. Good shot there by McGinley for 2 in a row. Howski and Blumenscheid with the hot hands here early in game number 1. Both with strikes in 3 out of 5 frames. Last week we had some fireworks. The first game of qualifying at the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Diana Zavialova with the perfect game. Game number 1 live here on Extra Frame. We got a clip of it up on the official PWBA Tour Facebook page. Definitely a lot of excitement around that. And Diana then able to coast into the step ladder. Had a chance at earning the number 1 seed. And came up a little bit short in her final frames against Kelly Kulik. Kelly went on to earn the number 1 spot. Shannon O'Keefe number 2. Diana advanced to the group step ladder and was not able to advance out of that. Other 2 spots going to Singapore's Wei-Fen Nu and PWBA Tour rookie Jennifer Higgins. So you can see a recap of that at PWBA.com as well as the first event of the year, the PWBA Las Vegas Open. Again, Shannon Pluhowski earning the top seed there. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you for all the kind words and support and the endless hours of viewership here on Extra Frame and on Bowl TV. We'll certainly do our best to bring you all the excitement from the lanes at our various events. Quick shout outs to Linda Walbaum. Thank you for tuning in. A little different here on Extra Frame without the chat room to be able to interact with our viewers, but again, feel free to reach out. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter. You can find me personally at USBC Matt. Always glad to answer questions and accept feedback, good or bad. Blumenstein continuing to strike here, and our defending champ Alicia Current getting a little momentum after two breaks that were a little bit unfortunate. The 7-10 in the second frame, another split in the third, but back on it with a three-bagger here, so looks like everybody getting comfortable here at game number one. McKinley with a three-bagger of her own. Rocio Restrepo, 3 strikes. We have some scoreboard changes since we got underway here, but working on getting that cleared up right now, making sure all of our players are showcased here on Extra Frame. Have that done for you momentarily. Sorry about that. 5 players on a pair here. Smith checking in and keeping things honest here in the booth. All right, looks like we're all situated here just in time to watch the final frames of game number 1. Current, after the 2 splits, continuing to strike frames 4 through 8. McGinley with 5 in a row. Rocio Restrepo stepping up 14, looking for a 5-bagger of her own. She goes high, leaves the 6-10. Still off to a pretty good start. Great start here. There was some speculation. Scores might be a little bit higher this week than we saw in last week's grind in Rohnert Park. And so far, looking across the house here, strings of strikes galore. Pretty good mix of challenging lane conditions on the PWBA Tour. And the players don't know what they're going to bowl on until they arrive. So a pretty neat component. Again in the field this week, 80 competitors, 62 PWBA members signed up, and then there also was a PWBA Tour qualifier yesterday before competition started. We saw 22 players in town for the qualifier. 18 made the cut into the event. Leading the way, Kristen Kwa from Singapore, standout for Vanderbilt at plus 25. Mariana Alvarado was second at minus 11. And it took minus 166 to get a spot in the formal PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. That rounded out the field at 80, 62 members and 18 guests. Here we are, the final frame. 199 finish. For Janelle Walton, 188 for Amy Gamage. Side's string of strikes ended at 4, but she can still get into the 240s here at the Big 10th frame. Just that one right for the washout. This 45-foot pattern. If you don't have the right angle, of course, that's what's going to happen. So some of the players on the right side, more right to left, or just farther inside. For the left-handers, as you see, Pluhowski left to right, off the corner there, and another great shot. So she's got a no-tap 300 going here. Max score of 218 with 3 in the 10th. That is Kristen Romero. Just saw on lane 14. Husky doubles up, Blumenscheid with the open in the 10th. 223, still a good start. McKinley also a tough break. Gives it a run though. So McKinley 219 here in game number 1. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. We're live here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes in Citrus Heights, California. This is game 1 of 6 on this opening round of qualifying. This is Matt Cannizzaro alongside Jason Thomas. We'll have all the action for you today. Then it'll get a little more intimate tomorrow as we cut the field from 80 down to the top 32 cashers. for 6 more games before we make another cut to the top 12 for match play.
Finish the 10th.
Yeah. It was a little slow, and I kind of didn't get it. It was bad company.
135 for Romero, 217 for the Southpaw Bluhowski. I'm confident there's more than one Bluhowski family member tuned in right now, so hello to them back in Arizona.
How about you?
Feels pretty good. I know it's going to be a long day.
Where you go from here?
I'm not sure. What lane are we going to? Omega, do you know? 17.
Alicia Current gonna wrap things up here on 11 and 12. Picks up 3.610. She'll likely be in the 220s here to start her title defense. She picked up $12,000 for the win here last year.
Yeah. First I did this finger. I've been like getting like a cramp.
First standard event of the new PWBA Tour. Liz Johnson, of course, kicked things off the return of the PWBA in style by winning the USBC Queens
I tend to kind
in
of
Green
push
Bay,
through there,
Wisconsin.
but I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I think so. Probably.
After a couple weeks there, the tour picked up here in Sacramento and rolled coast to coast.
Sorry.
U.S. Women's Open taking place at Brunswick Zone Carolier in New Jersey, so it really was a coast-to-coast journey for these players for the first time since 2003 back in action. Current finishes here with 223. Her and Blumenscheid high on the pair. And right next door, Rocio Restrepo. Very well-bowled game here. Still can get to 225. This is the third event of the 2016 PWBA season. You can find all the details at pwba.com. They kicked off with the Las Vegas Open, followed by the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open last week in Rohnert Park. Coming up May 20th to the 26th, the USBC Queens, first major of the year. We'll be in Las Vegas for that at the Orleans. And preceding the Queens will be the USBC Senior Queens. Hall of Famer Robin Romeo looking to make it 3 in a row. She could become the third player to win 3 at all. And the unprecedented third consecutive. Definitely a possibility. And Aaron Smith will have that for you live on Bowl TV starting next week. Follow that up with some great USBC Queens coverage. And then all the TV shows for the first 4 events of this season will take place May 26th. So a lot going on in the bowling world, and we're glad to bring it to you here on Extra Frame and Bowl TV. So players on the move now. Gore's going to wrap things up here in our opening game. Three-bagger. A couple of miscues here in game 1. There's a few single pins there. So it can get to 194. Strepo finishes with 224. She's the high of our 10 featured players in game number 1. So 194 for Gongora. And players going to make their way to their pairs for game number 2 here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. Thanks for tuning in. Continued coverage all day long with Matt Cannizzaro and Jason Thomas. A couple superstars standing nearby. Hall of Famer Del Ballard Jr. and PBA champion Marshall Kent. At these PWBA events, the guys doing the ball boy work, grabbing bottles of water, earning their keep, certainly. And we'll have game 2 underway here momentarily. Thanks for tuning in. All right, game 2 getting underway here at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Let's try to meet our players. There's Jody Wessner doing a big strike there on lane 11. Jody, a record holder at the USBC Women's Championships. Took home the scratch and Diamond All Events titles back in 2010 with a record score of 2330. Definitely a familiar face out here, and still waiting for her breakout PWBA performance. Also here in our featured pair, Erin McCarthy, Team USA member. She was the top seed at the USBC Queens back in May. Fell a little bit short in the final to Liz Johnson. Always a possibility to make some things happen. Does Gabriella Mayfield. Doing her thing there on lane 12. Karen Marcano from Venezuela. Saw her find success for a 300 game at the World Women's Championships this past year. And she's been around for quite a few years. Her and her sister Alicia representing Venezuela very well. And now Karen doing so here on the PWBA Tour. And our final player from Stockton, California, Amy Hepperly. Saw her as the amateur. She came through the qualifier yesterday. Finished 15th overall. Able to sneak in to the main event here. And our other pair on lane 13 right now, it's Katie Sutphin from the Central Florida area. Very talented right-hander, a youngster. PWBA Tour came along at the right time for her, right out of college. And another youngster up on lane 14, Kristen Kwa from Singapore. Saw her at the World Youth Championships in 2014. Then recruited by Vanderbilt, and now a collegiate standout. Also on that pair, Emily Fagan, used to be Emily Mayer, Junior Team USA, collegiate standout at Wichita State, and now married to PBA champion Mike Fagan, who is standing close by to keep an eye on things. Emily also advancing through the tour qualifier yesterday in 4th place at -17. Joining them on that pair, Karen Rosprim and newly married Brianna Cote, Team USA member. We saw her on Bowl TV just a couple nights ago at the USBC Open Championship. So these ladies really taking advantage of the competitive opportunities out here on the West Coast this month. Starting things off in Las Vegas, heading out to Rohnert Park, California. Some making their way in between to the USBC Open Championships and the Bowlers Journal Championships taking place in Reno. Just about a 2.5 hour drive from Sacramento here. And then they'll head to Las Vegas for the USBC Queens, where many of them will compete at the USBC Women's Championships and potentially the USBC Mixed while they're in town. So a lot of bowling to do, and they are taking advantage of each and every opportunity to get on the lanes. Still waiting on the first game update at PWBA.com as far as standings. But we did see a lot of strings of strikes, a handful of 220 games nearby here. So expecting some pretty good scores this week on this 45-foot oil pattern. If you're curious about what the graph looks like, you can see that at PWBA.com. Just find the Sacramento event or go to pwba.com/live, where all the details are in one convenient location. A couple good questions coming in about some different possibilities, live scoring and such. We definitely will double check on that and see. That's usually dependent on the bowling center itself and the scoring system. But right now you got the Canizaro scoring system. So that's as good as anything out there.
Stash that somewhere. There's only a little bit left. I figured I'd give you a try. Do that energy stuff I was telling you about. So just mix it with a little bottle of water or whatever. You can buy one of those blended bottles. Put about a scoop of it in there.
Yeah. Blended bottle? Yeah. I bought a blended bottle.
Yeah?
I did. Nice. I want to be cool like you. I want to be like Marty. Doing good though. I still haven't had a Minnesota.
No?
No? Yeah, they had the, I think Channel 2 could give me try something like this, but the flavor should give me the tail.
Oh, really?
Like mango.
So even with 5 on a pair here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes, things moving along quickly.
Fruit punch.
What's this cost the judge?
Not too many strikes being thrown here on our featured pairs, but a few strings nearby. We'll have 6 games of qualifying and a break so the ladies can get some rest and get some lunch. Get the lanes oiled up again. And we'll have 6 more games this evening before we cut the field down from the top, well, from 80 to the top 32. They'll be back on the lanes tomorrow for 6 more games in the Cashers round. Great shot, tough break there for Mayfield on the 9-pin. And after 6 games tomorrow morning, 18-game pinfall totals will determine the top 12, who then will be split into 2 6-player groups for round-robin match play, with 5 games of match play, followed by a position round. The overall leader based on pinfall and bonus pins from each group will automatically make the TV show, which will take place May 26th. And then the 2, 3, 4 spots in each of the 2 groups will pull a step ladder. The winner of each step ladder also advancing to the TV show. So it's a little bit wacky, a little confusing, but very exciting as we get down to those final few players. So if you missed any of the previous weeks, hang in there. We'll get the hang of it. You can find the recaps on bowl.com and pwba.com. And the first week's event in the archives now on Bowl TV as well. So working on getting last week's rounds uploaded. But again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Again, we are behind lanes 11, 12, 13, and 14 here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. 32 lanes. Here in Citrus Heights, California. Next round will get underway at 8 p.m. Eastern. So if you've got Friday plans, go ahead and cancel those now. Find a comfortable spot. Log into Extra Frame for 6 more games of qualifying. So they unfairly have us situated here right in front of the snack bar. Staff working hard this week. Make sure the players and guests are comfortable. So come on by if you're nearby, have some lunch, watch some bowling. Best players in the world. One pair to our left. Three-time Team USA Trials champ Danielle McEwen. One pair to our right. Kelly Kulik, PWBA spokesperson. Also has won just about everything there is. You have scores through game number 1 available. PWBA.com/live is the best place to find everything for this week's event. Leading the way here at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open, left-hander Angie Ramirez doing some work, 266 to start, followed by Singapore's Wei Fen Nu, 254. Karen Rosbrim here in our featured pair, 249 in the opener. Erin McCarthy, about to see her throw a shot here on lane 11, 244. One-time PWBA champion Diana Zavialova, 238. Then we have a trio at 237 first game. Darius Ruffner, Jazriel Tan, and Mariana Alvarado. Claire Guerrero, plus 36. Game 1, tied with Tanya Rimemper from Indonesia. So your top 10 right now, plus 36. The 32nd spot, that's certainly an important one. USBC Hall of Famer Linda Barnes at plus 7. So overall, got 40 players, even or better in game number 1. So half the field averaging 200 to start here at the Storm Sacramento Open. Emily Fagan on lane 13, looking to join the party. She started with a 179. She's in 62nd place, but working on 4 in a row here after the single pin miss in frame number 1. She is well on her way to erasing that negative number. And the broadcaster's jinx. She nearly leaves the Greek church on the 4-bagger. Marcano just outside the top 10, shot 235 to start. She's 11th. Jody Westner, 213 in game 1. Already mentioned Rosbrim with 249. And she's clean through 5 here in game 2. Kristen Kwa, 182 in game 1. Brianna Cote, 221. Cut line after 1 game, +7. USBC Hall of Famer Linda Barnes.
That was the second time I did that on that lane. Or I left the fourth one last time.
14. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Even nice there. Maria went to a not quite.
All right, again, your leader after game 1, Angie Ramirez from Colombia, currently residing in Austin, Texas.
Hey, that one read the lane right from?
100% turnaround from last week's start. Started with 135, I believe. Went on to battle back and make the cut. 266. Got to be good for the confidence. All of our PWBA players very active on social media, sharing their experiences from the road. Some choosing not to go home in between events. Instead, visiting with friends, practicing, going to other events. And many of the players going home to work 9 to 5 jobs. Monday through Wednesday or Monday through Thursday. Then hitting the road for the PWBA Tour. Basic structure of the events. There's an informal practice session and a VIP reception for the players on Thursday night. Qualifying, of course, all day Friday with an official practice session Friday morning. So they get an hour on the lanes before competition, but it's a lot of bowling for one day. They'll go through qualifying and 12 games, cut to the top 32. Everybody comes back in the morning Saturday for the cashers round and match play. Then pro-ams scheduled throughout, whether it be Sunday night or Monday or I'm sorry, Saturday night or Sunday or both. Some events huge pro-ams, some separating the adults and the kids. Last week we had one Sunday night. Filled the house there at Double Decker Lanes, and the response to the ladies being in town has been terrific, both from the fans and the bowling centers and the local media. We actually had Good Morning Sacramento out this morning. As soon as we have a link to that, we'll post that on the official PWBA social media channels. Just to see the players in demand and excited to be a part of those opportunities.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's awesome.
Looks like all around us, some of the scores coming down to earth a little bit here in game 2. On our featured pairs especially. A lot of circles up on the scoreboard. Marthy takes the 2. Third open of the game after a 2:44 start.
Just kind of want to see that one.
Rosbrim with the double. She was clean through 5, then open in the 6th. Making up for that with 2 strikes. Things a little bit different here on Extra Frame without the chat room or the co-host to talk to. Some great players in the building. See if we can't line them up. Come on and chat with us. For some of the guys, especially when their ladies are nearby or on the featured pairs. Good scores. One pair to the left. Danielle McEwen, 214. Stephanie Martins could double up here and get into the 230s. Quick shout out to the big man, Terry Bigham, back at USBC headquarters, holding all this together. Glad to have him aboard and tuning into Extra Frame here. Mostly just keeping an eye on us, but much appreciated. So foundation frame coming up here. Game 2 rolling to a close. Again, good scores. A pair to our left and a pair to our right. Looks like our featured pairs are challenging here in game 2. Shot by Mayfield on lane 12. (13 and 14) in the 10th frame. Katie Sutphin with the 6-10. Katie came into this game at +2, just outside of the top 32, and gonna lose a few pins here.
I know. I'm throwing it too far out. This is me and my
Kristen Quad delivers 3 in a row after the Open.
I moved left and it's not successful, so I'm slowly moving back right.
Trying to climb her way back to the black numbers.
You have a ball harder.
Westner
That's the ball. I'm
tripping out the
practicing
4-9.
And plus it's 15, so it gives me a little bit more pin action. 16 counters that I brought. So. Yeah. Yeah. They drilled me a ball last week that was a little bit more.
Sutphin
But it's slipping right
with
off
the
my
Open
back.
finishes with
I
157.
twice already.
Which means that's what
Will
you
be
feel your
minus
Yeah,
41
exactly. It did.
after 2. Chatted with Diana Savialova in passing this morning and after the practice session. Just trying to get a feel and an idea of what to expect over the next couple of days. And even at 45 feet, she said there's quite a bit of friction on the lanes here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lane, so could make it interesting. Potentially scores high. Tough spare there for McCarthy, the 3.6910. So that's one thing out here on the PWBA Tour early in the season. Spare shooting, very important. Last week's pattern especially was a grind for sure. And some missed spares cost people, of course. And chatted with Robin Romeo. She said her spare shooting was the worst that she's seen. She missed more last weekend than perhaps a whole year on tour back in her first go-round in the PWBA. And at this level, players will admit, definitely inexcusable to miss, especially single pins. But definitely the makeables. But we're seeing some creative leaves today on this 45-foot pattern. A lot of washouts and 2 8-10s if you get it right. Rossman finishes with 190, so she'll drop to plus 39. Jody Wessner trying to finish strong here, throws a great shot. So the pins here not as lively as we've seen in some centers. I imagine that will keep your number of strikes down a little bit. Kegel ice oil being used this week. Also can get a little bit tricky if you're unfamiliar with how it transitions. Eric Pearson, the lane guy for Kegel this week. Appreciate all the support there. Also from our many other sponsors, Smithfield, Nationwide, all of our great ball brands and accessories, and this week's title sponsor, Storm, the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Jody Wessner gets to 214. Should be plus 27 after 2. Emily Fagan finishes with 188 after the early 4-bagger. Couple of missed single pins in there. While working on a 5-bagger. Won't be enough to get to plus, but a step in the right direction. Brianna Cote finishes with the last 4 for 196. Mayfield gets the double. Saves the mess for the fill ball. McCarthy, 162. And Hepperly's going to wrap things up here in our featured pairs. So you get to 189 after a 149 start. Well, game 3 coming up in just a minute. You're watching continued live coverage of the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open with Matt Canizaro alongside Jason Thomas, formerly the bowling guy. We'll be here all weekend. Thanks for tuning in.
going to?
15 and 16.
All right, just like that, here in this 32 lane center, players are ready for game number 3. And let's try to meet who these players are. Again, 62 PWBA members in the field this week, 18 amateurs or non-members. All right, here on 11 and 12 right now, Amber Vega from Orangevale, California. And of course, USBC Hall of Famer Linda Barnes having a much better week. I know she wasn't feeling too well last week in Roanoke Park, but looking better and scoring well, at least to start. She was in the number after game 1. We'll have the update after game 2 as soon as that's available. Up on our other pair right now, Jackie Carbonetto and Danielle McEwen, the 3-time Team USA Trials champion. Jackie also a former Junior Team USA member. Both collegiate standouts. And making things happen on the PWBA Tour again, part of that generation that graduated just at the right time and now able to live a dream they never thought they'd have here as professional female bowlers, with a tour of their own, of course. Another former collegiate standout, Jess Lesaganich. She seems to show up every once in a while on the top tier events. Always good to see her back on the lanes. Debbie Behrman from Fair Oaks, California. She made it in through the qualifier yesterday, minus 61, finished tied for 9th. Now here in our featured pair on Extra Frame. Also got Nicole Hiroka, Daly City, California. And former junior Team USA member Elise Bolton stepping up now. Back here on our left, Megan Kelly, the daughter of USBC Hall of Famer Linda Kelly. Megan got to grow up watching her parents bowl at the top level, and now seizing the opportunity for herself. And always a threat to be around or in the cash number. And I believe our final player on our featured pairs here in Game 3, Stephanie Martins from Brazil. By my count yesterday, we got 18 international players representing 9 countries other than the United States, so 10 total countries represented. And a very solid international contingent led by the folks from Singapore. Last week, Wei Fen Nu making the show. Number 3 seed at the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Jazriel Tan, we saw her win last year in Lubbock, Texas. Just missing the show last week. Total countries represented here at Fireside Lanes: Puerto Rico, USA, Australia, Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil, Singapore, Indonesia, and Latvia. Of course, tour champion Diana Zavialova representing the small country of Latvia. Breaking onto the top lady scene with the Queen's title back in 2013. And among the players to beat ever since. And speaking of Diana Zavialova, we saw her last week blast a 300 game to start the tournament in Rohnert Park. Well, she is back on top of the standings here in Sacramento. After 2 games, Diana Z at plus 74, averaging 237. Second place, 2015 PWBA Rookie of the Year, Stephanie Johnson, tied with Darius Ruffner from Exeter, California at plus 72. Mariana Alvarado, plus 68. The Australian, Carol Giannotti, at plus 67. She said last week things just didn't feel in sync. And a few days sightseeing in San Francisco and a few tough practice sessions. And she is feeling pretty good this week right now, 5th at plus 67. Singapore's Wei Fen Nu, mentioned her earlier, making a show last week. She is 6th at plus 61. Angie Ramirez drops to 7th place at plus 53. She's 266, 187 in game 2. The Hall of Famer Carolyn Doran Ballard doing some serious work in the offseason to get back to where she feels she can be competitive and focus on her A game, which is straighter is greater, and the signature trip 4-pin. She is 8th at plus 47. Amber Vega here on our featured pair, 9th at plus 46. And Marsha Klumpkin, former Team USA member, current school teacher, is 10th at plus 43. Cut number right now, a tie for 31st place. Kayla Bandy and Erin McCarthy at plus 6. So that number dropped just 1 pin from game 1 to game 2. Jess Lesigonich just outside that number. She was tied for 33rd at plus 4. Carbonetto just outside as well at plus 2. Megan Kelly right behind them at plus 1. Linda Barnes moving up to 18th place at plus 21. 207, 214 for her. Curious about the standings? You want to see where your favorite players are? Visit pwba.com/alive. Also can find a graph of today's lane condition there, 45 feet. Great variety of lane patterns out here on the PWBA Tour. 37 feet last week. Players out by the gutter. This week, 45 feet, migrating towards the middle part of the lane. So really a true test of your versatility week to week out here. Great shot there for Jess. Trying to sneak her way into the top 32 here early in our first round of qualifying. It's game 3 of 6. Take a break so the players can get some rest. We'll get the lanes redressed and we'll be back for round 2 today at 8 p.m. Eastern. Elise Bolton about to step up on lane 13. Tough start for her today, 165, 182, but the front 4 here in game 3. Great shot, the light hit, 4-pin rolls forward for the 5-bagger. Stephanie Martin's had the first 3, split into 4th, looking to get back on track here on lane 14. Great shot there by Behrman, but 10-pin uncooperative. Megan Kelly with a mess to clean up here on lane 11. This 45-foot pattern. We see a lot of light hits and gives it a run. Gets 2. McEwen unable to strike on the right lane so far. She's on Dutch 200 pace through 6 frames. Linda Barnes looking for her first double here. That one goes high for the 4-7. McEwen with the spare. Elise Bolton now trying to stay perfect. She's got the front 5. And Bolton goes high, leaves the 6-10, so her streak ends at 5. Carbonetto trying to triple up. And she is all or nothing here in game 3. Pair opens already. 3 strikes and now very tough spare on lane 13. Linda Barnes after going high on the left, light on the right. But very makeable 2-pin here. Vega staring down the head pin.
No, that's how you learn.
Remember to keep an eye on the PWBA Tour on Facebook. Official PWBA Facebook page. Some good coverage today from Good Day Sacramento. Jalissa Ortiz stopping by Brighton early to talk with Kelly Kulik. I believe Shannon O'Keefe also part of the segment today. And you can visit us on Twitter at PWBA Tour. You can find me individual at USBC Matt. Glad to answer any questions you might have. Linda Barnes in the booth, going to the bag.
Well, hello, sunshine. Tell
Take-
my husband hi, he's watching.
Take out a new weapon, and Linda sends her regards to that other Barnes guy, Chris Barnes, at home watching. And she would like to know if she made the right ball choice. Hard to tell what ball it is from here, but it's the black one. It's going on the rack either way. So Chris, if you have any thoughts, you got about 10 seconds to give the thumbs up or not. While we wait to see if Linda's ball choice was the right one on another pair, Stephanie Martins and Jackie Carbonetto. Both strikes or opens here in game 3. No spares between the two. But There's a spare for Elise Bolton. Nice game going for her. Here's Barnes on lane 11. See if it was the right decision. After going high on that lane last time, leaving the 4-7. That ball just kind of wiggles down and leaves the washout. Megan Kelly looking for first strike since the opening frame and denied by the 10 pin. Linda Barnes after 2 18th at plus 21. Gives a washout and run, no problem for her. Hall of Famer. Megan Kelly just outside the number at plus 1. Tie for 31st place at plus 6. So still very early. This is only game 3 of 12. Carbonetto strikes again. Jess Lesagonich looking for 4 in a row, and that one doesn't quite make it back. She also leaves the washout. Barnes still clean, but only 1 strike so far, and make that 2 here in game 3. Daniel McEwen finally figured out the right lane, but now not carrying on the left. Making her spares and grinding out. Game 3, Linda Barnes puts the ball back in the bag. Don't think she needs Chris to check in to let her know that was not the right choice. But we do appreciate future Hall of Famer Chris Barnes tuning in. Jackie Carbonetto, 3 in a row. It's the way to get it done. Much easier to pick up when you don't leave anything. Bolton continuing to roll here in game 3. She's minus 53 coming in. So this will be a nice boost for her. McEwen plus 39. Tied for 11th place. Colton Roca plus 16. Tied for 22nd place. right, so final frame underway on 13 and 14. Daniel McEwen not wasting any time. Looking to double up here, get to 209. And she does. Terrific shot there. Nice effort for her. She's going to check the bag, I think. Try something different on the fill ball. Stephanie Martins can still get to 202. That would be without a spare. Doesn't matter how you get there, though. Terrific shot. Megan Kelly, more trouble in the 8th here. Again, after 2 games, tournament leader Diana Zavialova from Latvia, currently living in Ohio, plus 74, followed by Stephanie Johnson, plus 72, Darius Ruffner, plus 72, Mariana Alvarado, plus 68, and the Australian Carol Giannotti, rounding out the top 5 at plus 67. .209 from McEwen. Stephanie Martins gonna have a spareless 2-0 game here with good count on the fill ball. Yeah, she is 200 even. Siganic looking to finish strong. Clean through 8, including a washout in the 7th frame last time on this lane. 1, 2, 4, 10. See what kind of adjustment she makes. She's gonna step back and reset. Again, this 45-foot pattern. Players either farther inside or towards the outside for the righties, right to left. Shani Pluhowski and the other left-handers, left to right. Definitely not straight down the boards. Doesn't seem to be the most effective route. So there's Jess using that right to left, straighter is greater. She trips the 4. To stay clean, and big 10 for her could be a nice move into the top 32. Elise Bolton finishes with 246, and she'll be just minus going into game 4. Great improvement there for the former Junior Team USA member. Jackie Carbonetto, first spare here in game 3. So she's going to go to the bag as well. For the fill ball, she gets to 188. Cole Hiroka gonna finish things off on 13 and 14. Carbonetto 188 with the strike on the fill. So perhaps a new option for game 4. Linda Barnes trying to triple up here on lane 12. Great shot, but to ring 10. Final frame about to get underway here on 11 and 12. Take a moment. Quick shout out to PWBA member Brandy Silva. Back in Reno, making things happen at the USBC Open Championships behind the scenes. Missing the first few events of this year's PWBA Tour season, but looking to get back out there for the last couple events. But right now, tuned in on Extra Frame. So thank you, and thank you everybody else for joining us today. Live from Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes here in Citrus Heights, California. Continued coverage of the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Defending champ Alicia Current in the field this week. We saw her in our featured pair game 1. Started with 223. Had 174 in game 2. So right now tied for 40th place. Trying to make her way back into the top 32. Leslie Gonich able to double up here. One more. Puts her in the 230s. And she gets the break. No style points here on the PWBA Tour. Gives a smile to the camera, but 230 is 230. And she was just on the outside of that cut number at +4, so this will be a nice boost for her. Doesn't matter how you get there. The headpin eludes Linda Barnes one more time. Leslie Gonich crosses over. Polishes off the 233. If you weren't watching here on Extra Frame, you wouldn't know what just happened there. 3 strikes in the 10th. The last 4 for 233, she'll get to +37. and make the leap into the top 32 halfway through our opening round. Linda Barnes with the spare to stay clean here. She's coming back to the bag one more time. She can get to 197. Should keep her in the cut number. Great shot by Vega, and the love tap on the 10. Nice start for her today. The amateur from Orangevale, California. 200, 246, and now can get to the 220s here in game 3. And Vega goes high, leaves the 3-6-10. And Barnes ball change. 10 back. 197 should be plus 18 after 3. .211 for Vega, gets her to plus 57 after 3 games. And Debbie Behrman is going to wrap things up here on our featured pair, working on a strike in the 9th. Great shot there, mixes them up for the double. We'll have game 4 coming up in just a minute. Players already making the move. This is Matt Canizaro, and you're watching live coverage of the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open.
Huh? Yeah.
other bag got shoved underneath the thing over there.
That's better?
Huh?
I thought I had a second one.
Yeah, you did.
What? Don't come for me.
Yeah. Move 3 and 3.
Mama said, don't come for me. Make sure I don't say my same. Alicia went open. She's still in a slow. She's in with like a slow, it looks like maybe something different. And she just went six. Alicia.
All right, PWBA Storm Sacramento Open rolling on here. Game 4 already underway. We'll have the updated standings for you momentarily. You can check things out at pwba.com/live. All the news and notes for the week available on pwba.com. We'll have a recap of today's qualifying action for you later tonight. Right now, let's see if we can meet our players here in game number 4. We saw Darius Ruffner from Exeter, California. We've seen her on Bull.com before for success at the USBC Women's Championships. Here we have 3-time WC champion Lindsay Boomershine. And the top left-hander here, Angie Ramirez, off to a good start today. 266 led after game 1, plus 53 after 2. We'll have the update for you very shortly. Also on this pair, Summer Jasmine, over 300 game at the USBC Open Championships back in 2014. Our other pair, another WC doubles champion, Christy Leone. Carol Giannotti, Australian PWBA champion, USBC Hall of Famer. She won the Queens back in 1989. Indonesia's Tanya Rumimpur, sorry. Also a collegiate standout here in the United States. Another left-hander, Brittany Tierney. She'll be up on lane 14 here in just a moment. Over here on lane 12, Jen Higgins made the show last week in Rohnert Park as the number 4 seed. She was hanging around the top 4 all weekend and able to advance through the group step ladder. So we'll see her on TV June 14th for sure. Those shows tape May 26th and will air in order. Starting with the live Queens TV show on the 26th. PWBA Las Vegas Open on June 7th. Nationwide at PWBA Sonoma County Open on June 14th. And this week's event, PWBA Storm Sacramento Open on June 21st. Looks like the final bowler on our 2 featured pairs is Marsha Klumpkin. Her husband Steve just inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame.
Terry, how you doing?
And after 2 games, Diana Zabialova, Diana Z, was leading after games of 238 and 236 at plus 74. Saw her both very well last week on the 37-foot pattern. Never fell out of the top 2 until the final game. The position round. Kelly Kulik able to go around her. Diana unable to make it through the group step ladder to the TV show, but put herself in position. Trying to do the same here this week. Jen Higgins there, getting a reaction we've seen many times today. This 45-foot pattern, if you get the wrong angle, ball never makes the turn. If you're going to be to the right, you want to be more right to left rather than down the boards. Here's Ramirez from the left side. Same situation. She started with her feet much farther right. Definitely no room to belly the ball here on this pattern. Similar result for Klompkin on lane 13. Left-hander Ruffner. She has about 10 boards left with her feet where Ramirez was on the right lane, and making that left to right attack and looking out, able to get the ball around the pocket. With that angle, not a lot of opportunity to miss left. Joining us this week at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. Brian O'Keefe, Director of Bowling at McKendree University, just helped the Bearcats men to a title at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Now that school's out, just playing ball rep for the summer. Great shot there for Christie on lane 13. All right, standings up through 3 games, and it's a couple of Hall of Famers leading the way. They actually spent the week together, vacationing and practicing, and Carol Giannotti leading the way at plus 122. 221, 246, 255. Carolyn Doran Ballard second at plus 108, 201, 246, 261. Sacramento's Mariana Alvarado hanging close at plus 77. Singapore's Wei Fen Nu plus 76. And Darius Ruffner here in our featured pair plus 71 to round out the top 5. Klumpkin is 7th at plus 64. Angie Ramirez, 10th at plus 56. Rumimper, 17th at plus 35. Boomershine is 30th at plus 13, just inside that number. Last year, always around the cut, which was the top 16, even though 32 got checks, and she was number 17 pretty regularly. So now, with the Cashers round, at least a chance to bowl your way into the top 12. So first thing you got to do is make that top 32. She's 30th right now at plus 13. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 2014 USBC Queens champ, is 32nd at plus 9. Christy Leung just outside that number at plus 7. She's 34th. Jen Higgins, 1 pin back at plus 6. And that is your rundown of the standings. Again, Carol Giannotti leading the way at plus 122, a 240.67 average here on this 45-foot oil pattern. Complete results and standings can be found at pwba.com or pwba.com/live for all the details on this week's event, the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open.
texting my mom on the screen. She's got her on the big screen. All you guys are really red and black. 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 I mean, it's crazy.
She would have red and black on, but she didn't have her outfits yet. Danielle has red and black. Danielle has her red and black.
Yeah. Red and black. It's Friday for the military. But nowhere.
All right, great shot there by Higgins on lane 11. So her first strike here in game 4 after a pair of opens and a spare to start. Terrific shot by Ramirez, but a high flush 10. Mocking her. Yeah, that one hangs on for the spare conversion for Angie. Giannotti leading the way, plus 122, and not letting up here in game 4. Spare 4-bagger for the Australian and USBC Hall of Famer. Here's Ruffner. She's 5th overall at plus 71 from Exeter, California. A bit high there for the 6-pin. And with that angle she's playing, she's going to miss. That's going to be it. It's going to be high. But if it's just a 6-pin, that is good news. We'll have 6 games on this opening round. Take a break for lunch and to redress the lanes. We'll be back on the air here on Extra Frame at 8 p.m. Eastern for 6 more games of qualifying before we cut the field down to the top 32. We've got 80 in the field this week, 62 PWBA members, 18 non-members. Many coming through the tour qualifier yesterday to round out the field.
Hi, Chrissy, come on.
Here's Rumemper. Tanya looking for 3 in a row and 5 out of 6 here. She's plus 35 after 3 games. Just 17th overall.
Come on. Now, girl. So hard. Not yet.
All right, we just got the heads up that Kelly Kulik has the front 8 down on 27 and 28. Jason Thomas in the house this week with the real camera. Perhaps he'll be able to catch some highlights. Should that turn into something, keep you posted, of course. Here on Extra Frame, we're behind lanes 11, 12, 13, and 14 at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. We've got the Hall of Famer Carol Giannotti doing work. She's got 5 in a row. Lindsay Boomershine getting comfortable here in game 4. Spare 4-bagger.
Good shot.
And the 10 won't go. Kind of the half 10 there. Great shot though. Looks like Kelly has the front 9. Jason Thomas headed that way. Got visual confirmation. Light hit won't carry for Leon. Ruffner managed to go light there on the right lane. Left the bucket. Hate that spare. She's able to get 2 for the open frame. But here's Higgins looking for 3 in a row. Does not make it back there on that left lane. Never good news when you miss on lane 11. 2, 8, 10 after the double. Plumpkin, terrific shot. Finish strong here. Second strike of game 4 for Marcia. PBA washout. Maybe we'll call it the PWBA washout now. Higgins almost gets that one to bounce off the wall, but it's going to be an open frame for her. Down on 27-8. Kulik's going to step up. She had 297 last week in Ronard Park, double-decker lanes. Got a shot of her final shot on the official PWBA Facebook page. Only had one 300 last week, and that was Diana Zavialova, the very first game of competition. This 45-foot pattern, providing a few more strikes. Looks like Kelly has connected on number 10. Carol Giannotti liking this pattern as well. Plus 122 after 3. Now working on a 5-bagger. About to step up on lane 14. And from a distance, looks like Kelly's run came to an end at 10 in a row. She'll be in the 280s. Definitely going to be a nice boost for her. She's had a couple good weeks so far. Earning the number 1 seed last week at the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Kulik needed that front 10. She was 69th at minus 69 after 3 games. 172, 202, 157, but now 289 will put her at plus 20 with 2 games to go on this block. So nice, nice surge there for Kelly, our PWBA spokesperson. Now back to the action here on our featured pairs, 11 and 12, 13 and 14. Lindsay Boomershine having a very nice game here. Summer Jasmine now looking for 3 in a row. It's 3 in a row. That was a combination of 3 in a row and whoa for Jen Higgins throwing pins around. And we landed on 3 in a row. Naughty with the strike in the ninth. She can still get to 258 and add to her lead. Shot by Ruffner. Set things up. This is the 8th frame of game 4. Two 6-game blocks today. 12-game total pinfall will determine the top 32. Headed to the Cashers round tomorrow morning at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Boomershine, another good shot. Another 10-pin there on the left lane. Terrific shot by the southpaw Ramirez. All right, 10th frame, about to get underway on 13 and 14. Klumpkin's going to take a re-rack. Tanya's going to finish up the 9th frame here. Par clean through 8. She's plus 35. Coming into this game. Klumpkin at plus 61. Going to lose a few sticks here, but trying to make something happen. Jen Higgins makes the split. I believe that might have been a ball change for Marcia. If not that shot, she did go grab one, potentially for the fill ball. Silvershine striking the ninth. The left lane has been giving her trouble as well. That lane seems to be much tighter for the players. Giannotti's first shot in the 10th at 3-6-10. Still get to 238. Shot there from Ruffner. Klumpkin finishes with 162. Couple of missed single pins here in game 4. Ramirez up in the 10th, working on a double. Sorry, that was her 9th frame. So 3 in a row going into the 10th. Ruffner up in the 10th, working on a double. Great shot by the left-hander for 3 in a row. Giannotti gonna finish things up high again, 236. So should be 158 over after 4 games. Not too bad for the Hall of Famer since she wasn't feeling too comfortable coming in last week. Certainly looking pretty good here as we near the halfway point of qualifying here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. Christy Leone, 156. And the flat 7 for Ruffner. Got left-hander Shannon Pluhowski hanging by, keeping an eye on things. She'd love to say hello to the family at home. Tiffany and Aunt Deb and everybody watching. One for Ruffner. Gets her to plus 72. She'll be hanging around the top 10 here after 4 games. Summer Jasmine, 194. Ramirez. String of 3 going into the final frame. And Lindsay Boomershine, back-to-back 10 pins on this left lane. So she can make the right move to get her to the 240s. All right, adjustment, if any, for Boomershine. Doubles up. Tanya's going to finish things up on 13 and 14. Clean game. 223 possibility here with a strike on the fill. 222 for the former collegiate standout. And an oops from Angie. Missing the 7 pin in the 10th. Loses quite a few pins there. 186 finish. Good shot from Boomershine. She'll be in the 240s. Boomershine 30th. Coming into game 4 at plus 13. Gonna make a nice move here. She can get to plus 62 with one more strike, and she does. Jen Higgins going to step up and end game 4 for us. This left lane has not been good to her so far, and that one makes it back. A little extra at the bottom on that one, and makes the left turn for her. Nice double. She came into this game at plus 6, just outside of the cut number. 3 pins out to be exact. She's gonna lose a few pins here, but could be a good save here with one more strike. Big left turn on that one. Nearly Brooklyn leaves the 3 pin only. She'll be in the 170s. And we'll get ready for game number 5 here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes, the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. This is Matt Cannizzaro, live coverage all day. Thanks for tuning in. Game 5 coming right up. right, so time for game number 5 here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. And we've got some famous players here on our featured pairs. We'll start on our left lane, 11 and 12. Deandra Asbeatty, the 2012 USBC Queens champ, among other things. Team USA member for a long, long time. Collegiate standout at Nebraska. We got Debbie Ayers. Mariana Alvarado from Sacramento, also a former collegiate standout. And of course the USBC Hall of Famer, Leanne Holsenberg. We're joined closely in the booth by Deandra Asbeatty. Hopefully, Jersey and Madden at home watching Extra Frame.
My dad just picked him up from school, so I just maybe Mom say hi, Mom.
So a big shout out to Grandpa and the Asbeatty family in Chicago. It's like our final player on this featured pair, Shayna Ung from Singapore. And to our right, the Hall of Famer, Liz Johnson picked up 3 titles in the return of the PWBA in 2015 on her way to Player of the Year honors. Another former collegiate star, Tania Falbo. Christina Wendell on this pair as well. She led this event last year. Went on to finish second to Alicia Current. Kimberly Power from San Leandro. On 13 and 14. And Brandy Calderon, formerly Brandy Wolf, sister of Masters champ Brett Wolf, is our final player. So game 5 underway. Glad to have you here. Live coverage of the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Matt Canizaro alongside Jason Thomas, and we'll be here all weekend long. Again, some great media coverage here this morning. Good day, Sacramento. With Kelly Kulik and Shannon O'Keefe representing the PWBA. I believe we'll have that link available on the PWBA Facebook page shortly. Right now we're going to hang out and watch game 5. Christina Wendell off to a strong start with 3 in a row. Good shot by Alvarado, but 10-pin doesn't want to play long. Still waiting on the update after 4 games. We'll have those scores for you momentarily. This is game 5 of 6. Christina Wendell getting comfortable on our featured pair, 4 for 4. Great shot from Asbady for her first strike here on extra frame today. Wide right for Debbie Ayers. 3 count on the spare. Good shot from Liz Johnson for the double. Scores updated. Carol Giannotti, Hall of Famer from Australia, continuing to roll. Plus 158. International players shining here early in this event. Sandra Gongora, second now. Last 2 games, 244, 253. She's at plus 108. Singapore's Wei Fen Nu. Consistent performance today, plus 100. Danielle McEwen and Christina Wendell tied for 4th at plus 83. Wendell off to a great start here. Front 4 in game 5. Again, she led this event last year. Went on to finish 2nd. Gotta feel pretty good here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. Hall of Famer Carolyn Doran Ballard, 6th at plus 78. Darius Ruffner, plus 72. Diana Zavialova, plus 64. Lindsay Boomerstein up to 9th place at plus 62 after the 249 game here on extra frame. Alvarado didn't like that shot, but all 10 go down. She was 10th after 4 games at plus 59.
Came back like it was the fifth game. So like today it looks like 11 and I got mine right.
And the cut number after 4 games, Elise Bolton, plus 4. So that number dropping a few sticks since game 1. Plus 4, 2 players at plus 3, just outside. Blair Blumenscheid is even. So 35 players, even or better here in this 80-player field. As Christina Wendell's run ends at 4 with the 6-10.
That one I wasn't expecting. I was like, early. I was like, well, the feeling is it was early as the game goes. So it was like,
Shayna Ung looking to stay perfect here on lane 11, and she does. 3 for 3. Liz Johnson with the 3-bagger. 4 out of 5. Liz needed every bit of that. She is 43rd at -8 after 4 games. Tania Falbo looking for 4 in a row. She goes high, leaves the 3-6. Tania Falbo, 19th, coming into game 5 at +34. Complete standings can be found at pwba.com/live. There's all the details on this week's event here in Sacramento. Game 5 progressing quickly. Shayna Ung still perfect after 4. And Holstenberg liking their right lane, but like many of our other players today, lane 11, not so much. Shayna Ung 5 for 5. One pair to our left. So Kayla Bandy also perfect through 5. Christina Wendell is 6 out of 7. Kim Power looking for 4 in a row. Alvarado looking for 4 in a row, stepping up here on lane 12 momentarily. So here in game 5, strikes piling up around us. Couple pairs to our right. We just saw them. Summer Jasmine, a spare 5-bagger. Ruffner. So she's got the front 6. Holstenberg trying to conquer lane 11. Goes high, leaves the 4-pin. Unable to double up here in game 5. However, Shayna Ung looking for her 3rd consecutive double here. Shayna goes light, leaves the 2-8. To her left, Kayla Bandy. Her run comes to an end at 5 consecutive. Kimberly Power unable to keep her string going. Nice effort for her here in game 5. Christina Wendell still rolling along. She was at plus to 83 and up towards the top of the standings. Tied for 4th place coming into this game. Liz Johnson trying to fight her way into the top 32. Getting your leader after 4, Carol Giannotti from Australia, plus 158, averaging 239.5. Kelly Kulik had a big game last game. With that 289, Kelly jumped up to 24th place at plus 20. And the cut line right now, plus 4 after 4. Pick up there for Falbo on the baby split to stay clean. And a flat 10 for Shayna Ung on that tricky lane 11. Shot by Wendell, 10 pin remains. Great shot by Alvarado. Lane 11 still giving trouble. Olsenberg perfect on the right. Looking for her 4th spare on the left lane here in the 8th frame. She'll have to finish there, so hopefully getting an idea. Shot by Beatty to set up 10th frame here. Wendell is going to be the first one to step up. She can get to 257. 2 more great shots like that. She's tied for 4th coming into this game at plus 83. Make a move here. One more good shot coming up to get her to the 250s. Pin for Holstenberg. That's her first non-strike on the right lane, which maybe that means it's time to strike on the left lane now, where she'll finish the 10th frame. Kimberly Power after the 9 out in the 9th. 7-10 here in the 10th, so potentially good game, ending not so well. Wendell able to double up, get to the 250s here. Just got to keep it on the lane. Power gets none, finishes with 198. Shot from Alvarado for the double. 246 max score. .256 for Wendell. Add that to her plus 83, and definitely should remain in the top 4. Nice break for Shayna Ung. Caving in the big 4. Here we go, 10th frame underway on 11 and 12 now. This is game 5 of 6. And we'll take a break. Come back at 8 p.m. Eastern for the second round of qualifying. 6 more games before we cut the field down from 80 to the top 32. As Beatty gets the 4 to go for the double. Lewis Johnson not so lucky on the 6. As Beatty triples up. Deandra can get to 210 here. DeViers, strike on the field gives her 175. Liz Johnson finishes with 211. Tania Falbo 199 with a 7 count on her field ball. Couple big games being bowled here on our featured pair though. Mariana Alvarado and Shayna Ung. Shayna just inside the cut number at +5, so this will be huge for her. Alvarado faring a little better today. She is 10th at +59, but every little bit will help as pinfall carries over. 12 games today, 6 games in the Cashers round tomorrow morning. For the top 12 advance to match play based on their 18-game pinfall totals. Seven pin it won't go for Alvarado as Beatty finishes with 209. Here's Leanne Holstenberg trying to conquer the left lane. She has not struck there in 4 previous attempts. And will not get there in the 10th. Spare for Alvarado, max score 225. Calderon's going to wrap things up on 13 and 14. Struggled here on our featured pair. 166. We got one more game coming up next before we take a break at the halfway point of qualifying here at the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. You're listening to Matt Cannizzaro alongside Jason Thomas here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. Haven't seen the fire yet, but supposedly we're fireside. Perhaps it's at the snack bar behind us, where we'll be headed in just one game for a quick lunch before Eric Pearson redresses the lanes for our second squad today, our second block. Hulsenberg finishes with 186. Shane Ung will be our final competitor here in game 5. Another good shot. Can't get the 4 to go, though. She can get to the 240s and make a nice move. Coming into this game just inside the cut number at +5. So another 40 pins certainly will help. And we'll get situated for game number 6 coming up in just a minute. Players are going to make the move headed this way. We'll have a station identification here with one game to go. Thanks for tuning in. Continued live coverage of the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Extra Frame. This is Matt Canizaro, a little bit starstruck here in the booth. Jason Thomas joining us for the final game of this first qualifying block. This is the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open, and 5 games already in. We'll have a standings updated for you in just a minute. Jason, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Get to watch a little bowling. It's amazing for as much time as we spend here, how little actual bowling we get to watch sometimes.
Well, we get all the highlights and the cool stuff, and we let the world watch, and that's what's important, and make sure everything's working. And thankfully, everything's smooth so far as we're near the halfway point in qualifying today.
Yeah, it looks like a very fun pattern to bowl on right now. You know, obviously the scores aren't super high, but there's a couple players out there that are hitting them pretty good. Carol Giannotti almost 240 for first 4 average, and so there's some strikes out there. Saw Kelly Kulik shoot 289 a couple games back, but the trick looks like to me is how to get the ball through the pins. It's a pretty high friction surface, long pattern, so the players are playing in, they're playing a little bit of fallback, but can you get your ball to hit? And as we just see there with Robin Romeo leaving the old 4-5.
Romeo leaves the Aaron Smith there on lane 12, and the light hits just not carrying as well here. Pins look very heavy. Pin action not very good. Almost as a feel to a lumberjack tournament. The pins just not wanting to go down.
Yeah, I mean the trick is you've got to get your ball to roll up right before it hits the pocket, but not hook. You know, because you can't give the 3-pin away. If you give the 3-pin away, you're going to be 2-8-10ing and washing out, and if you miss a little right, and I'm of course just talking about the right-handers, but a nice spare, nice conversion for Robin. We actually just saw at the end of game 5, Carolyn Doran Ballard pick up the same leave. So, but yeah, you just want to get the ball to roll up right as it's about to go into the pocket, and just so it has a little bit of energy. Otherwise, you're going to see some 4-5s and flat 10s and 8-10s and weak 7-10s.
Definitely seeing some wacky things out here on our featured pair. A lot of washouts at 2-8-10s. Imagine this 45-foot pattern if you don't get the right angle, just like we saw there.
Yeah, it's an example of where the out of bounds is. And you saw just to our left, Shannon Plahowski missing the building and washing out.
With the possibility for multiple plans of attack if you want to go, again, if you're right-handed, right to left, left-handed, left to right, or get a little bit farther in and play a tighter line. That is working as well. But you definitely don't want to miss to the outside, as it typically is bad news and a mess.
Not a big surprise to see, you know, a player like Carol Giannotti leading, you know, probably more of one of the more experienced players that play in the fallback line, which is kind of where you have to play on this pattern, and she's hitting them pretty hard. And obviously she's a Hall of Fame caliber player, so.
We got a good mix of players here in our featured pairs. Right now, Mariana Ayala from Puerto Rico. And Daphne Tan from Singapore. Nice contingent from Singapore. Always very strong, and the possibility of all 5 or 6 of them making match play every single week. And spending the first 4 weeks of the tour here. They'll wrap things up next week at the USBC Queens. And then we'll get some visitors from Malaysia, I believe is the plan. There are 10 countries represented at this week's event. 18 international players total. So definitely some global appeal here.
Yeah, it's nice. A lot of those players from Asia who bowled some events last year as guests have joined this year, which was nice to see. And as you mentioned, there's some good players in that group.
We had one last week make the TV show at the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. We Fen Du. And Jazzy Tan just missed. She won last year, of course, at Lubbock Sports Open. Always a threat, but it could be any one of them or all of them.
Yeah, both of them made the group stepladder finals in both the first two events. So wasn't surprising to see one of them make one of the shows.
Hall of Famer Romeo back on track there. Good shot on the left lane, and she is getting ready to defend her Senior Queens title. That's coming up in the next week in Las Vegas. Aaron Smith will have that for you on Bowl TV. Robin, the two-time defending Senior Queens champ, and using this first swing of the PWBA Tour this year to get sharp and get game ready. And we talked to her a little bit yesterday, and even though she hasn't fared as well as she had hoped, there's no better preparation than being out here in the heat of it at Fireside Lanes.
Yeah, the patterns out here, they've always played very difficult. You've got to be sharp to score, and like you said, it's a good, even if you're not bowling well, it's a good way to sharpen up your game.
Our other pair, the Hall of Famer CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard, not satisfied with her performance last year, has worked very hard in the offseason to get ready to go back to her strengths. And right there, it's pretty much one of them. A little bit straighter.
Yeah, she made our group stepladder finals, our first event out in Las Vegas. Good showing there. And it was pretty interesting when she came out last year. She came out and looked a little rusty, and took her 4 or 5 weeks to kind of work herself back into form, and had some good events towards the end of the season. But this year she came out a little more well prepared, I think.
Well, she said she spent a little bit of time kind of looking around and seeing the talent level, just unbelievably good. And even though the tour was gone from 03 to 2015, the players were busy keeping sharp, and Junior Team USA, Team USA internationally, collegiate bowling really has helped, going to sport bowling patterns all the time. So the rookie class last year, just unbelievable. And I think some of the classic players, the more experienced players, maybe didn't expect things to be that way, and spent some time trying to do what those players do, play the lanes like they do, and just wasn't a good game plan. And Carolyn saw that and decided that she was just going to focus on what she knew she was good at and come out here and do her thing and grind it out when she had to, make her spares. And so far so good here in 2016. Broken strike there for Samantha Shadden. We saw her at the U.S. Women's Open shoot 300 on our live stream, and one of those players right on the verge of making a name for herself out here. We saw a shot there from the local Jill Creamer. There's 62 PWBA members this week, 18 non-members qualifying for the event through the tour qualifier yesterday. Nice to see a huge turnout and a sellout field here of 80 total players. Right now leading the way, Carol Giannotti still on top, plus 177. Followed by Christina Wendell. We saw her in our featured pair. She 256 just a minute ago, and she was the leader here last year. Went on to finish second to Alicia Current. So I think she likes this place a little bit, Jason Thomas.
I would say so. I think she likes the longer patterns, and she bowled well in Welch, Minnesota last year when we had one of the longer patterns out. She shot 300, and then obviously, as you mentioned, finished second here, and that confidence is carrying over into this event.
Well, then some international representation. Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 122. Already made one show this year at the Las Vegas Open. Trying to make it 2 here in Sacramento. Wei Fen Nu, we talked about her already. Earning the number 3 seed last week. Hanging on right now, number 4 at plus 106. And Kayla Bandy on our featured pair here. The head coach at Maryland Eastern Shore. Former collegiate standout junior Team USA member. Is 5th at plus 97.
She just bowled a big game last game, so assuming this pair here is even remotely similar to the last one, you know, you would expect that she bowl a nice score here in Game 6 and give herself even more of a cushion.
Well, the cut number hasn't changed much these first 5 games, and maybe some players bouncing in and out, but right now plus 5. Carrie Smith is the number with 2 players tied at plus 4. Kelly Kulik, one of them, struggling outside of that one game where she had the front 10.
Wow, that's surprising. Had Kelly out early this morning. She appeared on a couple of segments on Good Day Sacramento and had some fun with the local news reporters and anchors, and Shannon O'Keefe was out here as well, and it was just a great segment. We actually posted a link to it on the PWBA Facebook page, so if you haven't had a chance to see that, go check that out.
Kelly, as the PWBA spokesperson, doing everything she can to promote the sport and the tour. And that includes waking up before the sun. And coming out today. And I'm not saying she's going to blame you for making her wake up, but I have a feeling Kelly will make her run just like she always does. And we'll see her hanging around the top 32. But super talented field here of 80 this week at Fireside Lanes. Looking forward to the rest of the tour season as it rolls on. First major of the year coming up next at the USBC Queens. And then we'll have all 4 TV shows on May 26th. The Queens show will be live. And the other 3 shows will tape to air June 7th, 14th, and 21st in order. So it'll be all bowling all the time on CBS Sports Network. Pretty cool. After this game, we will take a break, and we'll get things ready for our second round of qualifying that happens tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. here on the West Coast. So if you're nearby and you want to come out and see the best in the world, we'll be here. 5 p.m. start time. If not, you can look at all the action here live on Extra Frame, as we'll be here throughout the day tomorrow as well. And before we pack up and leave the building, we'll have 4 players advancing to the TV finals, which will be taped May 26th. So tune in throughout the day tomorrow. Cashers round in the morning, followed by round robin match play, and then the group step ladder to close things out. Here's Kayla Bandy up on lane 14. You mentioned she had a big game in game 4, 264. She catapulted herself up in the standings. We're seeing a bit of a roller coaster ride for many of our players today, except Carol Giannotti going steady. 221, 246, 255, 236, and 219. Leading the way at plus 177. Baby split, no problem for Shannon. Now Daphne Tan gonna step up, looking to make it 4 out of 5 here in the finale. Shot from the local left-hander, Andy Tadiello.
It looks like the left side of the lane, Matt, which you've got some experience with, is playing a lot better than we saw last year. Last year, the lefties really struggled on the longer pattern here in Sacramento, and this year it looks like we've got several lefties contending in the top 12 and top 32, which is good to see.
Well, certainly you always want to see a balanced field, and the opportunity to attack the lanes from different angles all makes it more entertaining and fair, of course, and a good mix of players who are able to advance.
It's always tricky to try to figure out how to make it so that the lefties have an equitable chance on the longer patterns. You know, you've actually seen the PBA go away from some of the longer patterns, like the shark, because of the righty-lefty issue. But It looks like this week, both sides are going to have a chance to play, which is, as you said, always good to see.
And then the way it's set up here with the 6-game blocks before the re-oils. Sometimes in a longer formats or longer, one side will play or have a seemingly have an advantage over the other, just based on the amount of traffic. And but everybody getting to hit the fresh after every 6-game block. Nice chance to regroup coming up here in just a few minutes. Rethink the game plan as they get ready to hit the fresh again at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, the thing we've kind of seen this season is there have been players who bowled really well in the morning have come out sometimes and struggled in that second block, and then vice versa. So you see, even though you know that the same patterns being put out, and Kegel goes through a rigorous process to run the tapes and make sure that everything's being done perfectly. But we've seen a pretty big variance in some of the scores from some of the ladies who bowled well in the morning or poorly in the morning, coming back out and bowling that afternoon block. So be interesting to see how that plays out later today here.
We're just past the halfway point here in the final game. Game 6, everybody chasing Carol Giannotti, the Hall of Famer, at plus 177.
Good shot there from Robin Romeo. Rings at 10, looking for a turkey.
Terrific shot from Jill Creamer on lane 12 for the double.
Looks like that right lane is just hooking a pinch more for Kayla, and she just hasn't quite figured out how to handle it, whether she just hasn't moved quickly enough or what. But talking to some of the local good players, said that this pair here, 13 and 14, the two lanes play quite a bit different from one another, with 13 playing a lot tighter than 14. Looks like we're seeing that here. I don't know if have you noticed that all day?
Not so much on 13 and 14, given my angle here, but definitely on 11 and 12. The left lane, giving the players fits. A lot of length on lane 11 compared to lane 12, and a lot of washouts and 2A10s. It's a matter of figuring out, or knowing that at least coming in, having a different game plan for that lane. We saw Leanne Holstenberg a game ago not strike on the left lane at all. And a great shot there by Mariana. And the 9-pin will not cooperate. But I think 8 or better on lane 11 so far has been a pretty good day.
bad break. Back to back. Ring 10 and then a stone 7 for Robin Romeo. Looks like she's got the pocket dialed in. Natalie Goodman with a good shot there for a turkey.
I'm enjoying the chance to get to see all these left-handers throw the ball. It's not making me want to come out of retirement anytime soon, but always cool to be able to watch and see something I might have a little perspective, something to offer to the situation. I don't remember seeing quite as many lefties last week, but there seemed to be a whole bunch in the field here in Sacramento, so always nice to see the ball roll from that side.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some strings of strikes here in Game 6 as the lanes are starting to hook a little bit. There's just a little bit more of defined friction. And if you can get the ball to go through the pins right, you can string some strikes at this point. Nice shot there from Ayala. That one, if that made it back, I was going to declare her the winner.
That is the typical result from an oops to the right on this 45-foot pattern.
Well, we had mentioned that is the tighter lane. That's what we've heard. And over the course of time, that's proven to be the case historically on that lane 13 and 14. And you know, if you're not quite seeing that and you're trying to play them the same, you know, that could have been a reaction to that last shot that went through the nose. You might have been subconsciously telling yourself, you know, don't miss left here. And if you miss right and the lane's tighter, you're going to leave a washout.
Three-bagger
makes it. Yeah, nice conversion.
All right, so you gotta fill those frames, and then the strikes will come. We saw with Shadden 3 in a row, trying to hang into her spot in the top 32, 28th right now at plus 21. We mentioned Kayla Bandy, her big game last game, 264. So it is possible to stay clean, grind it out, and throw a big game or two. And there you go, Kayla all the way up to 5th place at plus 97.
It's off to our left, Missy Parkin shooting a big game. She can shoot 279 with a couple more strikes in the 10th. She made the stepladder finals here last season.
Well, you jinxed her though. She left a 9-pin on that shot.
Well, she'll still get 268.
That's okay.
That'll work. Rocio Restrepo got a nice game going. She can shoot 257. She also made the stepladder finals here last year. And she already made one of our upcoming stepladder finals, Las Vegas Open. Robin Romeo, another great shot, and this time gets all 10. So she can shoot 238 with 4 more strikes.
All right, final 2 frames to go here. First block of qualifying at the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Defending champ Alicia Current. A couple pairs to our left. Updated standings will be available on PWBA.com shortly after Game 6 concludes. Then we'll take a short break and we'll return at 8 p.m. Eastern for the second half of qualifying. You are listening to right now Matt Cannizzaro and Jason Thomas as we bring it into the finish line here with CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard. Another terrific shot by Bandy on the right lane.
Yeah, she's just trying to grind it out. I mean, she can still shoot 218 if she takes it off the sheet. But I think if we were to give her 190 right now, she'd probably take it.
Well, she'll finish on the right, so just one more shot there on that tricky left lane.
Robin Romeo with a double there, another pocket hit. I would wager that she's not going to miss the pocket the rest of the block. Just all a matter of carry. Shannon Plahowski off to the left, shoots 237 after starting the game off with a couple of opens, so great finish there for her. Rocio Restrepo is going to be in the 240s. Ashley Galante has a chance for 216. And split there is going to probably keep her from shooting 200 unless she can convert it. Actually, whether she converts it or not, she'll shoot less than 200. All right, big shot here for Kayla Bandy. This is where the pros make their money, finishing off games. This could either turn into a 170 or 2-teen. We've had 4 shots on this lane. Now is the time to make the adjustment and make your best shot.
She washed out last time. Made the move
Shot
clearly.
there.
That's all you can do. Sets herself up nicely for the 10th frame.
Deandra Beatty off to her right. 258 if she strikes on her fill ball, so big game for her.
Final frame underway for Daphne Tan and Samantha Shadden.
Samantha had 300 at the U.S. Women's Open last season. It's pretty good little accomplishment there. Not too easy to shoot 300 on the U.S. Open foil pattern.
Nice one for the resume and proof of all the hard work, as that was towards the end of the season there for most of our players. And it was time to go home and regroup and reevaluate, get ready for the 2016 season, which is brand new. This is just the 3rd event of the year. Up to 14 events in 2016, so the schedule growing, and 13 of them will be on CBS Sports Network. So things happening in the bowling world, and bowling going to be out there on national TV throughout the summer. Daphne Tan opened in the 10th for 211.
Yeah, missed the 4-7. Just threw the plastic at it, and there's still a little bit of a puddle there in the middle part of the lane with the long pattern, and ball didn't quite hook and sent the 4 around the 7. Robin Romeo hits the pocket again. No surprise there.
Things weren't looking good in the 10th frame for the rest of our players on our featured pair here, but Robin getting the job done for the 3-bagger. She can still get to 238. Have some momentum heading into the next block.
Cheers go up for Leanne Holsenberg. She could shoot 236 this game. 2 more strikes in the 10th. Oh, Robin missed the pocket. I was wrong. But she's going to be in the 220, so good game for the Hall of Famer. Good scores here on 13 and 14. Everyone with the chance to shoot over 200. Natalie Goodman unfortunately opened in the 10th, but still shot 214. Kayla Bandy needs a strike here to put herself in the 200s. That's the way you want to finish.
Terrific shot. A little bit of emotion there. Kayla, national champion at Pikeville. Doing big things for Maryland Eastern Shore as the head coach. Pretty high scoring pair, one pair to our right. Looks like the low game is going to be 215, and that's low by a bunch.
Nice bailout there for Kayla Bandy. Should be in the 2 teens. Oh, little love on the 10. CDB can shoot 221, and with that strike, everyone on the pair shoots over 200.
All right, so game 6, things looking pretty nice on 13 and 14 and 15 and 16. Not terrible here on 11 and 12 either. We'll be in the same situation with a good count on the field ball here, so 3 pairs in a row.
Ooh.
Everybody 200 or better as Mariana gets just enough. Just when they get nice, it's time to go. CDB leaving the bucket.
Yeah, she's going with a really aggressive ball, and if she gets in a little bit, it just doesn't quite have enough energy to pop the 10 out. And but I think she feels like if she goes to a weaker ball, she can't get the ball back around the corner. So she's kind of right, just in between, I think. But still bails out 207, so not a bad game. She looks like she's ready for a break, though. And so are we.
Yes, these players and you already had a long day here. Coming in for TV. Good day, Sacramento, and then practice session this morning, followed by 6 games of qualifying. But now it is done. Halfway there. We'll have 6 more games coming up this afternoon at 5 p.m. local time, 8 p.m. Eastern. It'll all be here live on Extra Frame. Appreciate everybody tuning in for live coverage of the 2016 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open from here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. We'll have the conclusion of qualifying this afternoon. We do appreciate everybody joining us. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Jason Thomas. That's the news for now, folks. We'll see you on the lanes.